Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Pre-Market Show for Wednesday, December the 17th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. So you guys can hear me, see my screen in the main room. Anybody in YouTube, if you can just give me a heads up, you can hear me and see my screen. That'd be appreciated. All right. Now, what is happening this morning? So the cannabis plays are still on fire. YCBD, YCB, thank you, Fusebox. YCBD is just still ripping here. I looked at MSOS this morning also, the cannabis ETF, and it is still surging higher. You might want to watch this one, FLGC. The reason I say that, this is a cannabis play, but it's certainly been lagging. I mean, when you look at the other cannabis plays, like let's take a look at Tilray as an example. A lot of them are going to look like this, with that giant bar on was that Thursday or Friday, and then here's Monday's action, and here's yesterday's action. So you see this, but look at FLGC. I mean, maybe it's in the sector, but it certainly did not look like this. Okay, this is probably some kind of a reverse split, right? PCS. I'm sure this is a reverse split. It's not up 3,000%. We're gonna have to let the guys know that. So give me one moment. Yeah, this will disappear soon. I'm sure this has got to be a reverse split. There's no way it's up 3,000%. Okay, so this UDMY, it's interesting because they're merging with Coeur and they're both up. Okay, so I don't know. I mean, Coeur is up only 13%, and UDMY is up a lot more, 31%. Not sure the ticker. I'm not sure what's going to happen with the ticker. But here it is, UDMY or UDMY and Coursera jump following merger agreement. Okay, so I'm not sure what the new company will be in terms of the ticker. Couldn't quite see that news. William, this is for you. I'm sure there's nothing here, but VTGN, Little Bio, just got hammered down, announcing their top line results for their phase 3 study. Obviously, the market is just destroying them. It's down 77%. Okay. So I know that some of you are the big bottom fishers, Poe, if you're in the room. So here's VTGN, trying to hang on to a dollar. Don't know what else. Probably this is like maybe the only thing in their pipeline, only drug in their pipeline. Nobody on YouTube is. I know my mic is on. At least I hope it's on. Yeah, the mic is on. Anybody on YouTube? Let's see. Beat. Thank you, Larry. So you can hear me. I just want to make sure it's just a check, okay? If I don't see anybody, sometimes I don't know if nobody responds. I don't know if I'm maybe I made a mistake in the sound or forgot to check a mic icon. But okay, good. You guys can hear me on YouTube. Fantastic. Um, what else? This AZI. I have to. I read the press release. It just seems too good to be true, guys. The China stock, it says that they received an investment proposal to invest $300 million in the company in stages at a comprehensive price of $5 a share. Now, the stock is at $2 right now. It's a China company. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but it seems a little sketchy. But anyway, that is the reason for the pop. 50. Look, by the way, talking about pop and drop, look at MBRX. At the beginning, I got up a little earlier than I normally do, and I saw this MBRX soaring up here at 671. Look at it now, 4,419. It said they had positive results from the phase one clinical trial, but so that caused the pop. But I guess under further review, the market's saying not so fast. So William has already done his not little. You've done your extensive analysis on MBRX. And what did you say? They had some other drugs in the pipeline, I think. So, so your back of the envelope analysis is minus $12.84 a share. Yes, negative, zero revenue, bleeds cash, has two other drugs in the pipeline, including one that is in phase three. In my opinion, it should bounce, but I wouldn't buy it. So that is William in the main room. That's his instant analysis of MBRX. A couple of three earnings plays that I did see, and not a lot of Place has, but not a lot of moving. Well, actually, I shouldn't say that. Lennar is an earnings play, so this is now starting to pick up steam on the downside. LEN, home builder, okay, picking up steam on the downside. This is LEN and breaking down. Well, it broke down yesterday through the 200-day moving average, and now this is a confirmation of a breakdown. The next low on the monthly chart is around 111. It's almost right there, 111.68. So it's basically there. So underneath that is 107.45. Okay, so that is Lennar. So this is not a happy earnings play today for LEN. Another one not happy at all is Children's Place. What did they actually do? So it is apparel. That's what I thought. So what's going on? This is just, I mean, it's an all-time low now. Not quite. Basically an all-time low, though. Basically an all-time low. Yeah, forget about FGA 505. Um, I know what's happening. You're probably seeing it. It's the fact that our provider, who's been excellent in the last little while, has not picked up on the fact that this is probably a reverse split today. Okay, so I was able to delete it from my. So that's why it is not up 3,000%. It's done a reverse split. Okay. At least I'm assuming that. I mean, I think providing update and phase two study, et cetera. But it's very unlikely this stock is up 3,000%. So I think it just hasn't been adjusted for the fact it's done a reverse split. Okay, Children's Place. So yeah, so Children's Place. Here's another earnings play. I don't think it was really moving too much. Yeah, it's only up 1%, but it'll probably get active. GIS. I don't know. Obviously, we don't know the direction. 48.52. It got up to 48.52. It's dropped to a dollar from the high. GIS is an earnings play. Pretty known company, General Mills. Beat, and the beat goes on, guys. Beat is up 20%. Another nice move. I haven't seen any specific news on it other than healthcare stocks even though healthcare stocks had a bit of a downturn yesterday, but so did the overall market did. The Dow did anyway. Interesting. There was a little disconnect. Dow was down, 300 points, but the Qs were up a little. Obi, I'm right? I mean, The PCSA had to do a reverse split. I mean, I've not seen it in my, hmm. Thank you. Okay, Mike. Thank you very much. So 1 for 25. So basically divide that by 25 in terms of the percent. Still up. Still up. Well, AMCI not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, which is so finally giving it up. I mean, 21%. Robotics play had a great close yesterday. I mean, it got up to 15.11, a little over 15, and where it closed almost near the high today, but really it hit profit taking. I don't know. I don't see any. I was looking to see if they did a financing or something, but I don't see that. Some news this morning. DA Shengwei reports a 77% stake in AMC Robotics. I don't know. That's being viewed as negative? I don't know when that hit because I can see right there at 4 o'clock Eastern in the morning, Eastern time, that was already making its way down. Yeah, it's going to be interesting. I mean, yeah, we're with this 24-hour trading, 5 days a week anyway, NASDAQ, et cetera, whenever that really starts. Because, one of the things we like to do is see the gappers. And, so in theory, there won't be the same type of gappers. DBVT, let's take a look at DBVT. Any news on this one trading higher after the company announced top line results from its phase three. So this is phase three, met its primary endpoint. Okay, so that must have happened after hours because look at the jump after hours for DBVT. It actually got up to around 33.21, pulled back, but it's still up 42%. Well, that's true. But William, I mean, at some point, like, I'm sure I'll be long gone from doing this, but yeah, I mean, the charts will not. There won't be after hours or post market. It'll just be a chart like Bitcoin. I mean, Bitcoin doesn't have after hours or pre-market. By the way, speaking of Bitcoin, what the heck is this thing? ETF, CoinShares Bitcoin and Ether ETF, just getting absolutely killed today. BTF, and the headline. I don't know if specifically for this one, but this is a general slide about Bitcoin price on Monday, triggered $584 million liquidation of bullish bets, etc. So I have not seen this one before. Okay, not seen this one before because when you look at Bitcoin, IBIT, it is not nowhere close to what's happening with. In fact, Bitcoin is just a little bit this IBIT. So again, I've not seen this one before. BTF, combinate coin shares, Bitcoin and Ether ETF. Not. I know it's not a. Well, it's not a company, but it is an ETF. All time low. Must be an all time low. Yeah, all time low. So interactive brokers, of course, has allowed us to trade sort of like that already, but maybe not on every single security. Every time I load interactive brokers, it keeps telling me, now you can trade 10,000, but but maybe it's not on Nasdaq or it's on another. I don't. Doesn't interest me because I'm not going to do that. ADTX. I'm not sure I mentioned this one. ADTX. I must have done something here that is not allowing decimal, which is okay. But I'm looking at the decimal here, but I must have done something up here that is not allowing a decimal. Anyway, ADTX, another one that popped up, $2.80 back down to 195 underneath the VWAP. Keeping an eye on the SPY. So there was a lot of resistance right up here at 681. You can see on the 15-minute chart. How about a 15-minute chart? Let me get to my 5-minute chart. Yeah, well, you can see a lot of it trying to get through that. So, if you're sort of a SPY player, this might be an interesting short, especially if you can't get through that. Maybe put a stop at 681.54. And UDMY continues, both COUR, COUR, and UDMY are up on this merger. UDMY above now the 200 moving average. It's absolutely correct. But you know what's going to happen though, Pup, and people in Europe, Australia, those time zones. You're going to get a lot more people trading. They can get up at a normal hour and just trade. So you're going to see more. Obviously, you're going to see more volume. Asia, I mean, all around the world. Tough time zone, for most people, 9 to 5 Eastern time or 9:30 to 4 Eastern time. For me, even. All right, guys, 9:17. So GVH, let's take a look at GVH. So crazy. I mean, I don't. It's not a big deal, but I'm just wondering why. I don't think I made any change in here. I don't even think I can do it in this window on the configuration to allow decimals. Not that it's a big deal. In fact, I'd rather get rid of the decimals here. Anyway, Spire, I think, is another earnings play, guys. As SPIR is another earnings play being hammered down 24% on earnings. Um, have you ever created a symbol list, Ozzy? Okay, good. So what you can do, see, this is what I did. So I have a symbol list. Now you have to create it yourself. I named one called excluded symbols. Okay, you can name it whatever you want. So if you maybe you've already got something like that where you put symbols in that you don't ever want to see. But if you don't, just create a new symbol list. Name it whatever you want. I mean, I'm calling it excluded symbols. You say you've created one before, so then you know that it has to. Then all you do is you right click, and in the symbol list, exclude the following list. You see what I've done here? And one of them is excluded symbols. Does that make sense? So you add it, you see it. And what I've done over the course of, I've a lot of times that's what I do. Now the only problem is that PCSA could, no, it's only affecting this pre-market scam that I've got. Okay, so it shouldn't be a big deal. But does that make sense? Just create a symbol list. Okay, and then attach it. Include the following list. Give it a check mark, and so that it gets attached. So ISPO is being acquired. So 427. So yeah, so this is being an acquisition. I think Obi or somebody mentioned that also. So this is an acquisition at 427 a share. All cash. So that's all cash. So it's not tied into the Inspirato. Is this oh, it's a privately held company anyway. So all cash. Only 59 million. Ooh, KYTX is getting hammered down. Let's see some news coming out. 26 down 26% now. Shortable for me also. Interactive brokers. No, I do remember this one. I mean, 2 days ago, this was soaring higher up to $13. It's a float. Not a no, it's 33 million, not really low. Well, it depends how when you say pup. Yeah, well, it will all depend on how illiquid it is. I don't, the big guys are not going to be trading 20. I mean, if you live in the Eastern time zone in the United States, and yeah, you're not going to be trading it. So I wouldn't think so. Getting up at 3 in the morning and trading, and but look how there was a time when all this stuff that you see here, all these, you would never see this. I don't know, 10 years ago, maybe a little longer. The pre-market trading was, limited to just a very few number of stocks. Meanwhile, Coor is on the so there's a UDMY. The Coor is starting to catch. Well, not really. Coor is this is the merger between these two. Yeah, Hut. I did see Hut. That's a crypto play. It's a miner. You know what? I'm stunned. I had no idea Hut was this expensive now. I mean, and it's 43 million or 96 million in the float. So I'm not sure. I don't think they did, but that float, unless they had several billion in the float before, I don't think they did a reverse split. But yeah, that's why I didn't mention Vine. Vine, I saw it down here. Where did I see it? I know I saw it there. There it is. Yeah, is Vine a merger? 88 cents, that's 70 cents after the company announced entered into a definitive. Yeah, okay, you're right. It is a merger. All right, guys, what I'm going to do now is get my layout that I'm going to use, my 930 layout up and running. So just give me a moment. Save this layout. I don't think I made any changes, but in case I forgot, now shut this down, close all my windows, and then load my 930 layout. One moment. Okay, so this is my 930 layout, guys. It's obviously not 930 quite yet. 9:25, but this is the layout I use when the market opens at, well, the 9:30 open. So what you're seeing here, these are the top six from that list. The pre-market actives up. These are the top six. I think we talked about them all. No, okay, so this is a financing. That's what well, I wasn't sure, but this is a financing, okay, for KYTX. That's the reason it's down. It's 750 a share, so it's a little bit underneath the financing price. Okay, just a few of my thumbnail charts that I have from yesterday. If there's anything interesting happening. So the monthly high, 721, and I got up to a little over that. The monthly high looking left. The weekly high is that same number, 722-ish. So there looks like there's some, resistance in this current price in 749, 750. Okay. I'm going to pose in the room right now because I know this is something he'll be looking at, I'm sure. The VTGN, oops, the VTGN, William for something even lower. And all just trying to play a bounce, okay? 75 cents, okay? Wow. Their anxiety drug test missed targets. Well, I am sure that there are shareholders. I shouldn't joke just in case there's anybody in the room here. How do you get to the chat room for the trade ideas member? There's no Jason. So there's no room specifically for members. Okay, so just give me a moment. But if you click on my homepage link, okay, I just put it in there. You click on my homepage link, so click on that, and what you'll see, scroll down where it says trading room. Okay, this is not exclusively for members. It's just like YouTube. Okay, except there are more traders in this room. So if you are looking for more interaction amongst traders, yeah, come into this room. It's free, just like YouTube. You don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas to be in here. Here's another earnings play, guys. A TTC, the Toro company. Probably not much volume, but this is another earnings play. Again, no volume. And there's GIS. It's kind of hanging around. Good volume already, 468,000 shares. Big float. Okay, so Alan, there is. Well, I thought I disabled it. If you didn't remember. Well, I didn't remember because I disabled it. So if you don't, I'm going to disable it. Okay. So anybody coming in new. So if you don't want it, you can if you like it, you can. But there's a way in which you can sort of not have it. Okay. I wonder why I didn't remember. Yeah, market. Okay, guys, sorry about that. Caught me by surprise. Market's open, or the 9:30 open. Here's GIS popping here, guys. Earnings play popping. Now, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. I try to let things settle down a little bit. Again, not that everything is settled down after 15. This gap continuation or reversal scan, nothing will happen until at least 9:45, and that is by design. I put a delay on purpose. Yeah, so the only way you could do something like that, Benitez, you'd have to create a symbol list with what you call the robotic stocks. We don't have, I don't think we have a symbol list like that. And then just follow the robotic, you know how to create a symbol list? And then just follow them either with your with a tree map, a top list, or a scan, like an alert window. If you know how to do that, you know, to attach a symbol list to your scan, and then it's just going to look at those stocks. And how you look at them is going to be up to you. When I say that, if you're talking about a scan, then they'll have some kind of a trigger. So if you want to see them making new highs of the day, or new 5 minute highs, or new lows of the day, things like that. But if you just want to zero in on, you know, robotics as an example, that's what you could do. You know, somebody mentioned RXRX. I think that was you, Amen. Amen. I noticed you mentioned that one, and this is on the move here. You mentioned that in the pre-market, and a bunch of upgrades probably. JP Morgan upgraded the stock, raised its price target from 10 to 11. So we're sitting at 470 now. Doesn't mean it's going to get there. Let me know if that made sense to you, Jay Benitez, okay? You're saying, okay, thanks, but I just want to make sure. A little hard right now for me to, but I can give you more details and, you know, give me half an hour or so if you still weren't quite sure what to do. Meanwhile, guys, let's take a look at the opening bar in the market. Come on. The market, you know, it's fine, still up a little bit. Okay, guys, so this PCSA is not up at 3,000%, okay? Our provider has not accounted for the reverse split. It is still tradable. I mean, you want to trade it, you can still trade it, but just remember it's not up 3,000%. And also, my guess is that that float is going to be divide that 225, 2.25 million. That could be divided by 25 because it was a 1 for 25 reverse split. So that's very possible that that is actually 1/25 of that, which makes it an incredibly low float. All right. Now, I robot. Yeah, I can try to help. No, no question. Okay. So here's iRobot, guys. You know, there's just a bottom fishing play. They basically declared they're filing for bankruptcy. Now, is that the is that bankruptcy or is that Chapter 11? And did anybody dive into this to see if they're actually if it's going to be Chapter 11 or that's it? Guys, what is this one doing? This RZ? Okay. I waited all day yesterday for this move, and it didn't happen, and now it's starting to happen again. RZLV taking out yesterday's high. I'm sorry. Yes, took out yesterday's high right there, 324. Okay, so it's a market high now. Now the next high. This is what I was waiting for yesterday. It just didn't happen because look left. It has room to 374. Yeah, the problem is you'd be in chase mode right now. So it was chapter 11. So they're not. So it's not completely. We're going out of business. So they're trying to do. So in theory, there's still a glimmer of hope that they could be around. And PCSA just got halted. Yeah, there was probably really no reason for iRobot. I mean, yes, it has robot in the name, but it's a vacuum cleaner. I don't really know what else. And they were, of course, got hammered down because of the Amazon deal falling apart and all that. So yes, I think it was there was a lot of hype just because I had robotics in the name. Of course, the other one that was really moving was the AMCI. So it has finally had a finally had the drop today. Excuse me. That was soaring on the robotics news. So I don't know. It's just profit taking. I don't see any bad news on it. It's just maybe just profit taking or market recognizing that okay, I mean 1.4 million in the float. Meanwhile, the market looks like it's going to go negative. A lot of days are like this, guys. The market in the pre-market doesn't look too bad, and then the market opens and it's flat. So MBRX continues down after definitely mixed. I don't say mixed results, but mixed reaction to what they announced. They tried to paint a pretty picture on this, announced positive results. So yeah, it popped up on that, but then reality set in, and now this is a lifetime low. MBRX now is a lifetime low. All right, how are the cannabis plays doing? MSOS. Just want to take a look at the ETF for cannabis. Okay, guys, I'm going to get MS. But look at Newtonix here. Newtonix, NTNX. Remember that was slammed down last month. I think it was an earnings play, November 25th. Yeah, it was slammed down on earnings. I got all the way, it was like an 80, almost $100 stock. I slammed down to 46, and now I right down to, yeah, well, 45.82 low. Trying to have a bit of a bounce now. And they're announcing a $300 million accelerated share repurchase program. So that's causing a bit of a pop. 50 might be the tough one, in my opinion. Pretty psychological number to get through. Now, let me get MSOS. So MSOS. So here's I guess the main cannabis ETF, still above yesterday's high, still positive of 8.8%. Had a bit of a drop, but now right back up. Oh man, Cure yesterday, great short, and then it turned into a great long. I didn't participate in the long side of it, but what a bounce. And now bouncing, still bouncing again. The low yesterday was 1954. Now maybe coming into what's that high right there? That high right there is 2579. So that could be some resistance for Cure, Qure. Again, I'm just waiting for alerts in my gap scan. Nothing will happen until at least 9:45. Kodiak was a big one yesterday also, above yesterday's high, wiping out now, getting above all these highs now. Wow. So the reverse, when was that reverse? Well, it must have been, was it yesterday? Because our provider, again, does not have it adjusted. So PCSA just came out of the halt and just got halted again. Just got halted again. $903 is the next high in the weekly chart for ALMN. It's a big float, 135 million in the float. Begins commercial mining at Sangdong Tungsten, so it's a tungsten play. Canadian stock, we're out of Toronto. Okay. Okay, for those of you who don't mind playing stocks under a dollar, CCH, not up a lot. It's just showing up on another scan I have. And yeah, so here's CCH. I thought it would be up more, but it is not. I don't trade stocks under a dollar. That doesn't mean you shouldn't. Okay, YCBD, guys. YCBD making a market high, I believe. Cannabis play. Well, not quite. When I said the market high, the 930 on high, so that's 238. Okay, guys, 9:43. So just waiting. Now, doesn't mean because I've got a delay on this, 9:45, doesn't mean I'll get anything at 9:45. So, they did. So I'm going to say they did the right thing. They announced their reverse split. They did their reverse split, I guess, yesterday, or it's effective today. Then they also tried to come up. Well, they came out with some news, okay, in order to help juice the stock a bit. Good morning, PJ, to you too. And the potential open is 520-ish. Okay, so this blue screen you see here, or blue window, nothing to do with trade ideas. If you're new to all this, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, and it shows me the halt price. Can't see the symbol, but it is PCSA. Halt price at 472. Call. I'm trying to show you where it could open. And, so if you're in this one now, that's what you want to see, a price above the whole price. Okay, here we go. We're getting some. Now, I am very surprised I've got stocks under a dollar here. In fact, I don't know why I have stocks under a dollar here that normally I don't. In fact, anyway, YCBT, yeah, I don't like that. Well, William, here, you're getting close to your 75 cents. Just give me a moment here, guys. I'm going to configure all. Yeah, I thought I changed that. I have a feeling that what happened. All right, Warby, WRBY, a gap up and go. So going to go over this multi-strategy window a little bit later, maybe in about 15 minutes. Okay. Why I wish I had shorts for the MCI. No shorts available. Interactive brokers. I think two an earnings play. No, it is not an earnings play. Ah, that's what it is. Yeah, they're being acquired by UWMC. It's a proposed deal for an all stock, all stock. That means it's tied to the price of UWMC. Yeah, so if you like the closed captioning, that's fine. If you don't want it, though, there's a way in which I guess, is this right, Pepe or anybody else? You click on that gear, or you click somewhere, and you can disable it. Not everybody wants it. Did you just join JTB? Did you just come in like a couple of minutes ago? Well, that's interesting because what I did was, well, I have disabled it now, so I don't know. It's up to you guys. You want closed captioning, and then I guess it's kind of cool if if you don't want to listen, you can just read. Or maybe sometimes I garble. Okay, guys, DBVT now. DBVT. This is a gap up and reverse, and so reversal plays when the market's doing this. You know, could be in vogue today. I don't know what's going to keep happening with the market, but as opposed to a gap down and reversal play. Okay, I'm not saying they're not going to work, but you probably want the market at least not to be moving down constantly. So it's on your sound icon, okay? This is that the sound icon that you guys see? That one right there? Oh, can't be. I don't see the well, that's what I see. Maybe with you guys, there's an option there. It seems to stop right there for me. Subtitle. Oh, I'm sorry. Just got to read. Subtitles off. Okay. But I've done it in a general sense from here, from the hamburger. It's a little misleading because clicking that seems anyway. Anyway, that's what you guys can do. Okay. I mean, there's the INMN. So this is now a reversal, but you know, but look what the market's doing, trying to reverse. That's why I like to see things settle down a little bit. Well, JTB, if you click on the sound icon right there, if that's what you guys see, that's my sound icon, and you can see right there it says subtitles off. I guess you check that. So this is now a gap up and go. QURE is a gap up and go. Believe me, this is nothing that I enacted. Okay, this must have been added to the room. Where we don't. Our developer must the developer of the room must have added that, and he had it that the default was to have CCs on. I have no idea. All right, guys. Well, YCBD on the move here. Now remember, I've got the don't repeat version also on my other monitor. So that this, what happens is, out of this big list, which can be overwhelming, okay, but you're seeing the same stock over and over. Here you're only going to see it one time, and this creates a watch list for me all day. And that's what I look at all day long and see if anything is setting up the way I want it. Well, meanwhile, at the wow, did anybody get into this PCSA? It's halted again. Now the potential open is 680. You can see how that number fluctuates over the 5 minute halt. You tried twice, okay, to get it. I don't have intraday charts. Uh, I have one chart open on for IB all the time. Just I'm checking something, but I don't have intraday charts for it. It does load in the order entry though, so I can trade it. But you're right, I don't have any. I don't have intraday charts for it. I'm not sure if I would have a daily chart. Mine is blank. Yes, yeah, mine is blank. Also, I have one intraday chart, and then I'm sure this is what you're saying. I don't know on a daily chart if it's blank, but intraday definitely blank. You mean 10 minutes? You're talking about running the race for 10 minutes? Legal? You wanna run it for 5 minutes? Is that what you mean? So you wanna run 5 minute races? That's what you mean? I just want to make sure. You want to run 5 minute races instead of 10 minute races? Is that what you mean? Okay, good. You just need a yes. Okay. I don't have a race up and running, but pretty simple. I'll load one. Give me a moment. Okay, so you see where it says now your race is running. Okay, your race would be running right now. Okay, so you want to stop it. So click on the square. So click on the square that I'm pointing at. Click on the square. That'll stop it. Okay, and then I haven't run it for a while. Show the race setup. Right click on show the race setup, and here you are. Minutes to run. Just change that to 5. Okay. Okay. Is that okay? Good. Don't forget to save your work. Save your work. If you exit trade ideas without saving that, then it's not well. And then press yes. Then press play again. Yes. Ugh, should have taken that DBVD short. DBVT short. 2352. Question in the YouTube room: do I have a stop on every trade? Absolutely, 100%. And it how much determines on what I see in a chart. Okay, where I'm putting my stop is I sort of try to see where I think there could be a support area, and if it broke down through that is where I'm going to put my stop. So it varies. There's no such thing by how much. It really depends on what I see in a chart. Okay, so it's not a fixed percent all the time or a fixed dollar amount every time. It'll depend on what I see in a chart. All right, this is an earnings play. SPIR is an earnings play, and I'm interested in this one. Um, Lifetime low, not quite, but it's I don't know where the next low is. You have to go back. Let's see, what low is that? 685. Okay, I'm going to put a price alert right around here at 685 and see if it takes that out, and that might get me into a short on this. Okay. That is, you don't have to do this. Guys don't have to do the same thing, but that's what I'm looking at. This is an earnings play, obviously very weak. PCSA, of course, it's going to be weird, okay? Just because it hasn't, I don't know what you're looking at exactly, but it's interesting though. Yeah, our charts have intraday, no problem. The PCSA. So this is going to be longer, I guess, than yeah, longer than a 5 minute halt. And it's 9:59. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go over my homepage, the information you can find on it, including all of the scans, tree maps, compare count windows, all the information that I'm sharing. All right, so if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to find or see. So at the very top, the way in which you can take out a subscription right now. You'll get 15% off the first month only or the entire year of a Trade Idea subscription. We have basically two plans, the standard and premium. I know Rudy and Eagle and all that, but one's standard, one's premium. So you'll get 15% off the first month on either of those two. Remember, first month only or the entire year. All I ask is that if you're going to take out a subscription sometime in the future, please use my code. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the promo code usage. So if they see my code being used enough, they'll keep the rooms free. That's simple. Scroll down, and at the bottom here, keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. You can sign up for it right here. If you sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it, before you contact us, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Again, you'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning, and it is free. In a moment here, I'm going to get that time. Next, if you've taken out a subscription, and scroll down a bit, and where you see the education section, click on the more info. First thing you must do if you take out a subscription, getting started with Trade Ideas, 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether it's something you might want to try. You can always try us for a month. If you don't like us, then just let us know, and that's it. Okay? Back to basics. If you are new to trading, this is for you. A free series of videos. There are 15 of them. If you're new to trading, all free. Last, if you're looking for my scans, you click on my homepage link, scroll down. Now, these are not technically all scans. I have a couple of top lists. I showed you one before. I'm not using races. I'm not using races right now. I do have a couple of races, though, that you can take a look at. A large cap race, then a race that is wide open, very volatile. Here's the movers to the upside versus movers to the downside right here. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market act is up, and the pre-market act is down. The momentum scan, the halts the zooms is over here. And then this is my my go-to scan, okay? The gap continuation or reversal is right here. I do have a couple of others that you can take a look at. I have the momentum scan and the Pepe combo scan. I do not have them open. This is basically what I rely on all day, especially this one, okay? So this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. So if you do have questions, don't be shy. You can ask me questions. You can ask me questions all day long. And welcome to the rooms if you're new to all this. The main room, I should load my homepage again. For those of you who are sitting in YouTube right now, there is another room, call it the trading room. A lot more active, okay? A lot more traders in that room, a lot more interaction amongst traders in that room. So you can stay in YouTube if you want, but you can always come over to the trading room. It's free. And again, for both rooms, you don't have to be a member of Trade Ideas. So this room is actually open at around 6:45 a.m. Eastern Time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. I don't get on the mic, though, until 9 in the morning, 9 Eastern Time for both rooms. So why so late? I live in Vancouver, Canada, so thank you, Obi. Obi opens the trading room at 6:45. That would be 3:45 my time, a little early. So Obi opens it up at 6:45. Now, I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30, always staying later, though, for a question. But even when I leave the trading room, this room is open after I leave. Usually, William will keep it open. Many times he's been doing it until about 3:45. Okay, so you can always come into this room. I do have to shut down YouTube completely when I leave, but this room usually is open till about 3:45. But that's up to William. Yeah, don't tell me I have mic issues again. I hope it's just I thought everything was solved now. Okay, I just want to make sure. So RR, if you can't hear, it might be just having to refresh your browser. Okay. Yeah, I know. When I reloaded yesterday, yeah, when I reloaded yesterday, it's sort of back to normal. Okay, now PCSA. So the question in our YouTube room. So Nihan. So it looks like this. So there's the halt 718. No big clue. No big clue. 719. Okay. You would think that's got to be it. So Rick, just and again, I don't want to belabor this anymore. And fingers crossed that we're going to be fine now going forward. What happened is I did a Windows reset on Friday. The gentleman from P Squad suggested I try that. We're trying to get the Bluetooth somehow activated again, and that caused not just mic issues; it caused a whole bunch of other issues. So that's my recommendation: never do a Windows reset unless you absolutely have to do it. My mic was fine till I did that. Anyway, that was the issue, or that's what happened. Problem is, IQ, I didn't know. I mean, I don't want to talk about it much more, but I mean, I didn't know because the mic was working fine in YouTube, and the program I used to do my videos, it just was disabled in the main room. But then I also had to do a mic upgrade. But anyway, we're good. We're good now, I hope. All right, UDMY. Hmm. There are shorts available for me. This is showing up on the gap up and reverse. All right, HYMC is now giving me a little bit of a sign here. 1515, okay, so that's the high of the day. But look at that red line. That is the next. Oh, Chris, this is not the development version. What? Gremlins, Pepe. I downloaded the development version yesterday. So anyway, HYMC, let's see if it holds 15 and runs from there. So there is a reentry price for RXRX. Okay, if you have the AI, yeah, it had a nice. Let's see, did it really move that much? Yeah, I mean, it didn't really move that much from the original alert. Okay, 483 was the alert, and it only got up to, so it really didn't move much. But we have a reentry. It hit the stop. Now we have a reentry. So RXRX, the high today is 487. I just really reluctant to take something so close to that whole number of five. The high, yeah, you can see the high in the weekly is just around five. It just, look, if it gets to 506 or so, because then the next high is 570 on the weekly chart. So I'm going to have to wait for a five break. So this is going to be, well, maybe. This was a 10-minute halt here. No, it wasn't. It was a 5-minute halt, and then it got halted at 10:08. So if it's a 5-minute halt, it'll be opening at 10:13, 36 seconds. So about a minute from now, if this is a 5-minute halt. Yeah, definitely watching the H. I'm definitely interested in HYMC. But you got to take that out. You can just sort of see there's a high right there. Well, I don't know about going private. They filed for Chapter 11. Talking about the IRBT, they filed for Chapter 11 right here on this day, right here. That was on Monday. All right, PCSA just opened. PCSA just opened, and what did it do? So it actually, well, it opened. No, I'm sorry. Yeah, it resumed, and then it got halted immediately again. No, I can join you guys. I don't have to worry of why am I not getting the halts? I'm liking the HYMC guys, but it's got to take this out right here. I mean, the 1521 is the next high looking left, 1528 or so, and that's where it could stall. If it takes that out, maybe that it's hard for me. I'm trying to eyeball it. It might be over the. It might be over it right now. 1516 looks like the next high. Happened last month. Back this other bit. All right, what is the SPY doing? The SPY is, just down 32 cents from yesterday's close. So yeah, not just kind of chopping a bit. Remember, of course, JTB, they did a reverse split yesterday, one for 25 or effective today. So I said they did the right thing in theory. If you're running that company, the promotional end of it, you want to put out any news at all, and that's what they did. Well, remember, well, I'm glad I waited. I wanted to take this fire down here, 682-ish. Look what happened. It bounced from there. So this might be turning it. I don't know if I'm a little late. We broke over the VWAP. This is actually turning into, a gap down, a gap up and reverse, and now a reverse. Really? Okay, Rick. Well, I wonder why this company would even buy them, but well, and that's why I waited, guys. You see that right there, at 1523, it got right into that high, but that's why I waited on the HYMC. A lot of times the best trade is no trade. It's pulling back a little bit. I'm not saying it's going to keep pulling back, but put a price alert in that area and see if it gets back there. Snap. Haven't seen Snap for a while. Not an earnings play. I don't think it is anyway. Not an earnings play on the move. Next high looking left is 768. It's almost right there. If it takes that out, just not enough room for me. Looking left, it just doesn't have enough room to keep moving before it starts hitting those next highs on the daily chart. So it becomes something I don't want to trade. All right, guys, RX. It's challenging that 5 level now. So far, there's been a nice re-entry price at 475 from the AI. QS. This is a potential short. Now the low looking left is 1038. Okay, that was yesterday's low. So I'm sort of interested in this one. Just had an alert for it at 11. Well, the first alert was at 11:38. RZLV. So it had that little pop early and then the drop. Big drop. Look at that big percentage move from 349 down to 270. There are shares available. There are shares available for me to short if I wanted to. I wish I had put a price alert of 3 on this one. I don't want to do it now. I feel like I'd be chasing it. But if you shorted this one, look at the wave on the 2-minute chart. I'm definitely short biased again, guys. I mean, I just think, some of these gap up and goes. I'm not seeing there are a lot of continuation. Okay, so HYMC did get back up to that level. Let's see now, 1513, 1520. There's the bid ask. I might be more inclined if I get the bid over 15, say 1521, 1522, clearing this. Okay, what I'm going to do now, and I'm trying to do this in the first hour, I want to show you another way how maybe, just maybe, you'd like to monitor stocks using trade ideas. Okay. So I just clicked on the dock channel bar. I'm going to click on show more and I'm going to click on the sector status. Okay. Sector status. So interesting. So what that 76% means is that the stocks that make up in this spider sector, they still can't. How hard is it to change this, guys? Anyway, um, the worst big sectors, XLK, you can see XLK is down, and XLU dividends and tech, and there are the Qs. Okay, the best sector right now as we speak is XLE, the energy sector. Okay, it's up 1%. I mean, not a huge amount. So this is a way in which you can track which is the most promising sector, right? As we speak. So there's XLE. So then you go down, and here's XLE right here, and you can see what the top mover in XLE is in what we have anyway in the list of stocks, and that's DVN. Okay, but what I would also do, you can see that 85% of the stocks that make XLE are up. That's what the green means. Scroll down. What is down? There's MPC. For whatever reason, MPC is running against the sector. So that might be interesting to you. Okay. And you can do the same exercise in all of the sectors. Here's financials, for instance, 90% are up. So you can see what the strongest one is, and it's MSCI up 2.7%. But also, there are some that are down for some reason. You can see that PGR, these are expensive stocks typically, they're larger cap stocks, but look at PGR down 3.6%. So it's running way counter to what its sector is doing. So it's another way to look, using just this channel to maybe come up with ideas that you might want to trade just by looking at the top performing ones in a sector, the worst performing ones, maybe only looking at the top sector. top sector, meaning the ones that has moved the most since yesterday's close, or going the other way, XLU. So here's utilities. So again, let's take a look at the worst performing utility, which is CEG. Just another way, maybe, to look at our data using sectors. And most of these will be larger cap stocks. And that is called the sector status. Okay, sector status in our channel and our docked channel bar. Yeah, I'm not sure that many people have short, unless well, that was the short of the day that I missed, BBVT on the gap up and reversal. That was a good one. I mean, look at that. So this is my don't repeat version of it. Okay, so I'm seeing the first alert was right at not. Okay, I got to take a look at this INMN. Okay, a 21 break. That could be really interesting. Now it's a bit parabolic on the way down, but the next low looking left, it's got plenty of room. 1861. A lot of shares available. 500,000 at Interactive Brokers. Okay, just underneath 21 now. 2092, 2096 on the bid ask. All right, look at the HYMC now, guys. The 1540. Yeah, when you're talking about the uptick rule, I mean, first of all, the uptick rule is only for trying to short. Okay, now I would say, and it's up. It's not up 6,000%. Okay, I'm not sure how much the stock was down yesterday, but also my guess is that there are not a lot of people with shorts available. Not a lot of people. Oh, okay, but you're not talking the uptick rule. I mean, you're just talking. Yeah, I mean, there's probably not too many brokers with shorts available because it did a reverse split effective today, I guess. Center Point and brokers like that probably. Okay, this is a gap down and reversal play. Okay, now the problem is it's right at the VWAP. 733 is the VWAP, and if you're going to play reversals, I mean, you just don't want the market to be constantly moving down on you. But hey, guys, I'm very interested in INMN on a short. It popped a little bit above 21 again. It's this is what I'm looking at right now, 2093, 2095. Underneath that, the next low looking left is way down here. And trading lower, the company announced financing at 2150, so it's below the financing price. Yeah, a little, I wish that weren't the news. I wish there were no news, almost. So guys, RX taking its sweet time trying to get through 5. I have that. Yeah, off and running again is right. So really, let me do this. I mean, it's still a great move, but really this is up only 256%, okay? Because you've got to divide that by 25. You probably have to divide that float by 25, which means it's really a low float. Hey man, you're pretty good at picking up on these things. I've noticed. I should compliment you. SGMT. I've noticed over the last several months really, um, on these sort of plays. You and a lot of upgrade, not necessarily in this one, but upgrades and yeah, the spy. I mean, it's still look at the struggle trying to get through the VWAP right there. It might be hard to see that purple line, but it's going right around the VWAP area. Now, yeah, this is showing up in the gap up and go, guys, the ISPO, but this is a buyout, and it's a all cash buyout for ISPO. So I know it's showing up in the gap up and go, but obviously nothing really to see here there. Well, again, I'm glad I waited on the INMN. I mean, I was waiting to see if it would really break down through 21, and it's just popping. I'm not seeing a lot of. I'm not. I'm just not seeing a lot of continuation plays that of the things that I'm looking at. Especially on the upside. And now, I mean, arguably, we could say that HYMC is a bit of a continuation play, but even no, not really. I mean, yeah, I had a nice pop from that alert of 1519 up to 1550, but look at it now. Mike insane? What does that mean? Hmm. Oh, Mike must have made a post somewhere. Ah, yeah, no kidding. No kidding. I'm tired of this. I mean, it's not like the spy is not collapsing, okay? Let's, always have to put it in perspective. Um, Just makes it a little more difficult to intraday trade when it chops around a fair amount. The low yesterday, you know, fairly significant, 674 breaking down. I mean, the next low on the daily chart is 664. Nobody's saying going to get there, but oh, for Broadcom, AVGO. All right. Well, maybe it's, this is stocks like this typically don't care that much about what the market's doing. So let's hope that it can continue through five RXRX. Yeah, I mean, 4.9, 4.6 billion in the float. That is about 3.5%. Monthly low, last month's low, looks like it's right there. The next low would be about 322. Takes that out, and then 286 way underneath. Nobody's saying it's going to get there, but give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. Give me a moment, guys. I will be right back. All right, back in the seat. Remember NK NKTR guys. This was a nice one from yesterday. I think it was nice both ways, but look at this. Yeah, it had a nice bounce. It was down for the day, but it did have it's a 5 minute. It had a bounce from the 45, closed up here at 48, continuing down. I think it had some news yesterday, NKTR. All right, guys, I want to just do a check to see if Dan Merkin, the CEO of TradeEd, if he's actually going to be doing his Wednesday 12 to 1 stint. I'm just doing a little check to see. All right. Okay, guys, I'm in the IMNN short. Let's see if it has any legs down now. I am IMNM. Pop right back up to 21. Yeah, the spread tighten on a wide. No, I don't use the smart risk levels. Okay, Ken. See, I have my own way of putting stops. Okay, I mean it's not necessarily a bad idea, but I don't use them. But if you're starting out new, it's not the worst thing, I guess. To because what happens is I don't have them. I do not have them enabled. So that's a good question. So let me enable it on this 2 minute chart. So what this means is when you click on an alert. Now let me go on alongside. Let's say I clicked on peace. Is it still halted? Okay. I mean, what is? Oh, you can't even see it. Hmm. Probably have to do it on a 5 minute chart so you can see the price. But the idea then is that when you click on an alert, there we go. Okay. So they're saying, okay, if you click on this alert and on the symbol, it doesn't even have to be an alert, just click on the symbol. And if you took this trade at 1492, they're suggesting a stop down here at 1436. Okay. That's what it means. Doesn't mean you have to obey that or well, I mean if you're and you I can kind of see what it's looking at. It looks like it's looking at the low of the market hours, 9:30, okay? Well, Holly AI is today's Holly alerts. That's what that is, I'm assuming, okay? Those are today's, and then the long AI are just alerts from the past. I'm sure if you look at Holly AI, I'm sure you probably see these symbols. Okay, well, I took myself out of the RXRX guys. I may take a look at it later if it breaks through 5. So basically flat on that. I got in on the there was that re-entry. Didn't get in at 475, but Thought it might if it could take out 5, just couldn't really do it in a big way. Market is just not liking going long right now. I mean, it's that simple. Down 3.5 point or 3.3 now on the SPY. I am in one short still. Actually, I'm in two. One is working all right. The other one, that the IMNN, is so let me go to it, okay? I'm pretty sure that's what it is, but let me just go to it. Yeah, so these are today's. The only issue is that it's only looking at the long ones. I would uncheck that. You want to see them all? Here they are. Okay. And then it will look like this. Well, these are today's, okay? These are today's. The issue is that they had the filter of just showing the long strategies. They had the filter check there. Okay. So if you uncheck that, you're going to see them all. Give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, I'll be back in a couple of minutes. Okay, guys, I'm back. You know what's having a bit of a bounce here, guys, is the AMCI. I mean, it's still down a lot for the day, but AMCI having a bounce. You can see it's through the VWAP. Okay, through the VWAP. Some volume came in. Volume came in. So the problem with adding a filter is that when you leave the channel, okay, when you leave, if you add anything to a channel, when you leave it, whatever you added will not remain. Okay, because the channel is for everybody. The fact that you might want to add something to it doesn't mean that's what everybody wants. So that's. I mean, I'm not picking on you. I'm just saying that's yes. Sorry, guys. The QS is working for me. Um, so again, what are you trying to do? So what are you trying to do? When you say the new one, what channel are you on? I'm not seeing the same thing. What channel are you on? The long or what? Obviously, I don't use that, so I'm just trying to. Oh, QS. Well, QS is rescuing me. Okay, IMNM is actually starting to work for me too. So I'm sorry. I'm trying to see the same screen. I know there's a way to have these little charts. But remember, if you make any modification here, it's not going to remain. I don't think you can really copy the channel. But are you on the TIAI? Are you on the AI long channel? I know there's a way. I mean, I know there's a way to have the those little charts that you're talking about. Is that the channel you're on? Is that the channel? Is this the channel you're on? The TIAI long? Long-term strategy trades, alert window. Okay, long-term strategy trades. That's what it says at the top. I know this is part of a channel because I recognize the little charts there. I just don't know how to get them. I don't know where they are. But understand that you cannot add things. I mean, you can modify, but when you leave the channel, it'll go right back to what the channel, like the original settings. Come on, QS. Well, even if you filter, well, are you talking about this filter here? This filter here? Again, even if you make any change at all, are you talking about this filter here? No, okay. You're talking about literally adding a filter, like a volume filter or like a filter that you wanna add? Add removed symbol. I've never seen that before. I see what you're looking at. Long-term strategy trades. I apologize, I just don't know where that where that is. Where are those charts? I know there are. So you're talking this, the strategy trades all. That's what I have. That's what I have. Oh, QS, come on, break 11, break 11. So this is what I'm looking at. This is the strategy trades all. And yeah, I unchecked the filter, so I see everything. Okay, that is fine. Okay. Yeah, the spy is getting uglier and uglier by the second, guys. This is making me a little bit happier though, the QS. I've got to be aware. I'm trying to ride that wave down, but can take some off right here in case it cannot break down through that whole number. Okay, in case it cannot break through the whole number. Now that I'm hold on, breaks through the whole number. Now the next low looking left is 1056. So there's definitely no problem there. And then on the weekly chart, 1056, the same thing. So I mean, there's room, I suppose. I mean, that's what I was really looking at. So that 1041 was the low of yesterday. Okay, so that's what I really was looking at. That's what attracted me to this. Well, if you can, yeah, I don't know where those charts are from. I mean, I've seen them before. Doc, oops. Is this it? I mean, that's it? So that's right at the bottom, right at the very bottom. I don't think there's any if you're wondering, how you wanna see when something new pops into here, like on a chart? Is that what you mean? Yeah, I don't think you can control that. I'm assuming you've stared at this for a while because I don't look at this at all, so I don't know why these are showing up as opposed to another, but I don't think there's any way you can control this, like when is a new one gonna pop in here or get an alert when a new one pops in here, if that's what you mean. Yeah, thank you, Pepe. Okay. So IQ, well, I didn't get an answer yet regarding Dan, and in our you can always go, if he's gonna be there between 12 and 1 and ask him, okay? I just don't have an answer if Dan is gonna be in our YouTube room, between 12 and 1, not quite yet anyway. Okay, gap up and reverse now for ABM. I the company is really not doing too much, modification of anything. They're really just trying to concentrate on the money machine, and so I'm not saying, these probably a great idea, IQ. Only thing I can suggest is, if he's there between 12 and 1, or go info at trade-ideas.com and make the suggestion. Okay. Well, Pepe doesn't work for Trade Ideas. Okay. I mean, so he doesn't work for Trade Ideas. He's just a fabulous adjunct, if you will, but he does not work for Trade Ideas. No, no, no. William does not work for Trade Ideas either. Neither does Obi. Nobody worked. Anybody you see in these rooms, nobody. I'm the only. Well, I mean, I'm contracted by Trade Ideas. I'm the only one. And then the people who take over YouTube between 12 and 1, they work for Trade Ideas, like Chris and Andy and Steve. Okay. Okay, guys. Well, you see how that silly whole number held QS. I know people think I'm crazy, but that whole number, it's just a number. You're like, William, you can't say that because some people might think you're being serious. All right, guys, 11:06. So yeah, it's very difficult on in text. Very difficult unless you know the personality involved. And I never take anything you say seriously. So that's easy for me. Except your back of envelopes. Yeah. Cour, guys. Cour. Did not take that one. 829. Well, it hasn't really moved that much. 829. That was the alert as a potential short. Well, guys, basically got out of the IMNM flat. Nothing shaking there. The QS worked for me, not badly. Aha. Well, multiple workspaces. Yes. I mean, you're talking about layouts, Chief Eric, Grant. You can create as many different layouts as you want. So for instance, here's my layout that I've got here, right? So if I wanted to, if that's what you're talking about, or you could put things into what we call a multi-strategy, we call a multi-strategy window. But you can have multiple layouts if that's what you're asking. Okay, so for instance, okay, so if I say this is the layout. So if I wanted to save this layout, click on File, and then Save or Share to Cloud, Save or Share to Cloud. Okay, I'll click on Entire Layout, then I give it a name. Okay, I don't have to. I've already done that, so I just give it a name. Now, if you had another layout that you wanted to create, you could do something like this, Windows, and then close all the windows. Okay, so everything will disappear, and then you can create your layout, another layout, and then just save it with another name. So you can definitely have multiple layouts if that's what you mean. But you still got the problem with, you can't have the layouts loaded like you can't have the layouts. I only have one layout loaded at a time. Now, what you could do, and I should go over this multi-strategy window. Well, the multi-strategy window, that's why it has an M in the upper left-hand corner. So if I click on it, right click on it, and hover over strategies, I have 4 scans in here. Okay. The gap up and go, the gap down and reverse, the gap up and reverse, and the gap down and go. I have 4 scans in here. So that is a way for people who don't have a lot of screen space. They can take scans, alert windows, and they can put them into a multi-strategy window. I have no problem with screen space, but what I like to do sometimes is to put similar scans, like these are all gap scans, into a window. Now, you can do something like this. You could put all of your alert windows in here, okay? There's really no limit on how many you can have, okay? However, I don't think you'd wanna have them all checked at the same time. Otherwise, you'll get inundated with alerts. So in theory, what you could do is on any given day, check the ones that you think are, maybe you're looking to go long or short, and you just want your short strategies checked, or because I can uncheck this. For instance, the people who only want to go long, if I uncheck these two, this is a gap up and go, and this is a potential long, and the gap down and reverse, talk that gap down and starting to reverse, a potential long. versus these two, the gap up and reverse. Come on. The gap up and reverse, stock gapped up, potential short. Gap down and go, went down, and at the time of the alert was moving down. Okay. So that's where I found the QS. The QS was a gap up and reversal play. But if you only wanted to play reversals, for instance, you could just uncheck the gap up and go and the gap down and go. So the idea then is you could take every single one of any alert window that you've ever created, put them into a multi-strategy window, but I wouldn't have them all checked every single thing. Otherwise, you'll get inundated with alerts. So you could always uncheck the ones that you don't want to see. Now the question you might be saying is, well, how do I know which ones I don't want to see? And depending on the day, or if you have certain alerts that you want to only maybe from 10 o'clock on, or that you want to see, or maybe in the afternoon that you want to see, you just check those. If that makes sense. Oh, well, it hasn't moved that much, but the UDMY now, this is the merger between UDMY and COUR. Tesla, was that? Yeah, man, I was surprised. That was an all-time high yesterday, I guess, right? Every time you think Tesla could be over, not over, but this is what month is this? This is April, a low of 215. Okay, guys. Well, I have not had a confirmation that Dan will actually be in our take over. Now, when I say in our YouTube stream, he starts his own. Okay, so he does not take over my stream like Chris, Steve, and Andy do. He starts his own. So I'll have to wait for a link, assuming he's going to. So you can see both of them are falling now. These are the UDMY and COUR are merging. Both of them are starting to fall. Oh, I'm not even suggesting that Tesla is over. Not even suggesting it. But you have to admit, when I got down to 200 in April, it just it's an amazing. It's a double for a $200 stock by the end of the year at an all-time high. Yeah, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers ADTX. I had an alert at 186. This is the don't repeat version. This is what a lot of stocks had hit this. Wow, a lot of stocks hit this today. This is an unusual day. Usually, you don't. Maybe I would say When I get it, maybe 10 stocks or so in here, 10 different stocks. A lot of stocks hit this today. So this has been a pretty, I should have kept my eye on this one. There's not that many earnings plays, and it's sort of definitely a known company, General Mills, and this has been a pretty decent one. You can see riding the wave, pretty decent one right from the get go. I just kind of forgot. Boy, these are just getting thumped here. Coor and UDMY now, not in either of them. Haven't really moved that much from the alert price. So this has been drifting down. This is another earnings play, guys. ABM is an earnings play, and it's right at the 200-day moving average. 200-day moving average is 46.94, so it's right a little bit underneath. If it takes that out, it's got about $1 underneath. ABM has about $1 underneath. Now you're talking about TGL. What time was that, OB? TGL May test 9. That must have been a post back here. Sorry. No, this one's got a little bit of room. JFBR, a little bit of room. 160 is the next high. 21 cents away, 22 cents away. Yeah, I don't know about a Santa Claus rally this year. Now, the Santa Claus rally actually, just give me a moment.
Has a very specific technical definition. The official timeline, according to the Stock Traders Almanac, which first coined the term in 1972, the rally covers a specific 7 trading day window. Starts the last 5 trading days of December, ends the first 2 trading days of January. For the 2024-2025 holiday season, specific dates are start Tuesday, December 24th, 2024, Eve, end Friday, January 3rd, 2025. Why does it happen?
Well, there you have it, guys. There's Gemini. I have no way of playing the radio. Well, I mean, there might be a way, but I don't know how. And the other thing, IQ, not everybody wants that. You know, they find it distracting if I'm going to play my, what you know, even if I could find a way to do it. I actually asked that question a long time ago, and most people said no. What kind of music do I like? I'm a pretty eclectic. Nothing wrong with an old crooner like Tony Bennett. Guys, I'm still trying to see if I have no answer yet regarding Dan. Tiny Tim, a little tiptoe through the tulips. All right, stub. Now, stub, stub, stub. Okay, I've got a problem here. Something is going on, Pepe. This is just not picking up some stocks now. Is it because 1417? I'm gonna have to figure it out. I don't want to bother you. It's so there's something going on. It's just not picking up the stocks. So Stub, first time at 1417. So let's take a look at it. 1417 for StubHub. The next high looking left certainly has room, guys. 1494. 1494. Yeah, so this is could be interesting. The StubHub 1417 was the alert problem. Look at the problem though. 1404, 1421. Now I remember yesterday I didn't take one because of the spread. I think it was the NAVN and it just moved about $3 or $4. But I just have a tough time taking something that has a spread like that. 1406, 1421. What? Yeah, no kidding, Pepe. Just give me a moment, okay? Okay, I've just contacted in our Slack thread. I'm gonna wait for an answer. Okay, Pepe. So hold on, Pepe. Hmm. Okay, just give me a moment. Pepe, where are you? Okay, I just sent you another message, Pepe. Okay. Shantae may be contacting you. Okay, Pepe. No, well, guys, I'm glad I didn't take the StubHub. I mean, it's exactly maybe later if the spread tightens somewhat. But I backed off because of that spread, and I'm glad I did. My computer, 1 to 2 years old. Well, it's behaving like it's only 1 to 2 years old because of thermal paste. But no, it's about 6 years old, maybe even 7. Let me know, Pepe, if Shantae got a hold of you. Okay. Interesting, because they're also I'm talking to Pepe, okay? They're checking to see if an email came in. They don't see one. We did have a problem with emails going to spam, but he's not seeing anything in spam either. So it's interesting. Oh, today you sent at 10:57 a.m. Hmm. That's Eastern time, right? Okay. Oh, okay. Tesla in YouTube room. Good for you. Sorry, guys. A little distracted, just trying to do some stuff with Pepe here. Shante says that she sees your email though now. So don't need to, Hermes. Why would I do that? Why would I need a new computer? Why would I need a new computer? The specs of this computer are very good. Pepe has said that, and also the gentleman who created it for me at Trade Ideas. The specs are great. Thermal paste, all I needed. It's fine. What is that bar in your 2-minute chart? You're talking about this bar here, the red bar? I'm going to get rid of it. But yeah, that's just if you, on your chart, if you, let's say on the properties, see, show smart risk levels. Okay. I'm going to uncheck it. Well, I'll explain what it means. It means that if when you click on any symbol, would click on that one. Okay. They're saying if you clicked on stub and the price right now is 14.10, they're making a suggestion that your stop is down here. Okay. It's just a suggestion. It's probably the low of the day, something like that. That's all it is. And the green, you cannot see it, but it's just double. That would be double the length of the red. So if my 2-minute chart was a lot bigger, you'd see it way up here. That's all it is. Okay, it's an idea. I mean, for people who are maybe looking for a way to put a stop. Yep. Right click on the properties and right click on the chart, go to properties and show smart risk levels. Okay. But if you already have an idea of where you're putting your stop, you don't need to see that. Okay. Show smart risk levels, which is why I don't use it. I mean, that's most of the stops I think are at the almost a low of the day. And that, for me, that's just not where I would be putting personally, not putting stops. Okay. So you're back. Okay. Great, Pepe. Okay, men's. I see that men's was halted on the wow. So it was halted. When was the first time it was halted? It was halted at 8:31, and then it dropped, and it halted again at 6:04. So all right, guys, it's 11:40. So I might only have about I know I only have 20 minutes left until I take my break, and I'm still again waiting a confirmation that it will be Dan in our YouTube room at noon. Not in no, sorry, not the room that if you're in YouTube right now, it'll be in another stream that he starts. Good for you, Tesla, in our YouTube room regarding setting up your scanners correctly for you anyway. Really tired of this, but we had a nice pre-market pop, and then basically the fade. Remember what I was saying though? I don't know if you guys were here in the pre-market. I was saying, look at all the action right. That's why I had a blue line. I put a push alert in the area, and I said, if you're interested in shorting the SPY, this could be a good area, and just put your stop right up here at 681.58, that area. And I don't typically short the SPY, or I don't short ETFs at all, or I don't really trade them. But boy, that would have been a nice trade. You get in or even around the 680 mark, and there's a $6 move, $7 move. Should have done it. I just should have done it. I'm just not seeing a lot of continuation in most of the things that I'm looking at. Okay, I'm going to make some changes here. Probably the same at Interactive Brokers. Let me take a quick look to see if men's is well. It's not necessarily. It's not hard. Well, there's 18,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers, so there's not a lot, but there are some at Interactive Brokers for men's or men. Yeah, men's. So it doesn't necessarily mean like, with Interactive Brokers, it'll say if there are no shares available right away, they'll say, well, we can try to find some for you. That's what I interpret as being hard to borrow, but maybe there's a different interpretation. Like this. Not that I'd want to, but this is for the PCSA. Contract will be available if we can find shares for you. That's what I consider hard to borrow, but all right, guys, what's happening with Fulton Financial? FULT. This is oh, not a lifetime high, but it's certainly in the upper end. Well, Treasure Global. So remember this? Remember these 2 days where yeah, I got up to $60. TGL collapsed all the way back down to 5. Trying to have a bit of a day again, up 33 to 34% right now. But it did it. That's a week. I'm sorry. So that's last week. Yes. High today looks like around 877. Put an alert there. You never know later on in the day, just because of what traders are looking at. looking at the old what if scenario. Now the next high looking left on the daily chart, 842, and then there's 1022. So 842 is the next high in the daily, and then if I can take that out, the next high is 1022. I'm not saying it's going to get to these levels, but I think that's what traders are probably waiting to see if anything like that could happen. All right, guys, 11:48. So at this point, I'm going to wait. Pepe usually finds it, um, but I'm waiting for a link for Dan's YouTube. Usually he starts it a little bit before noon. So I'm just waiting for that link. Still no link yet. Okay, thanks, Pepe. Wait, look at this. I don't think I've ever seen this one either. The Coin Check Group, CNCK. Look at this thing. I thought there'd be more volume on this one. This is actually an earnings play, WOR. Not very much volume, 5.9 times normal, but it looks awful to me anyway on a 2-minute chart. Just trying to find anything right now. Maybe an earnings play. UTC is an earnings play, but again, look at the chop. I find it choppy. Okay, others may not, but trying to see something with a like GIS. Though I think it's finally starting to fade. GIS from here, pretty nice, a little flatten out, but now might turn into a short for GIS. The VWAP is down here at 48, so 48.08. A little bit of room to the VWAP. Yeah, new low of the day for the spies. For the spy. Guys, maybe AMCI later on. It popped above 11 earlier and came right back down. It's there's what I would do, and you can see where the VWAP is right at 11. I'll put a price alert around 11:07 just to see if it takes out the VWAP later on in the day. I mean, it's still obviously a super active stock. Look what it did. It looks like the 200-day moving average acted as support. See that blue line? And then it got down into it right there, and that looks like anyway acted as support. Bounced right off it. So you've never shorted, Rick? All right, guys, 11:53. Oh, I have no idea, Marvin. I don't know if there's a specific reason for the market turning lower. But it's been doing this for quite a while. I mean, up and down. So I have no idea if there's a specific, I don't want to get involved in your politics, U.S. politics, but there's always stuff happening. So your guess is as good as mine. I was thinking about you this morning, VTGN. I was thinking about you, Poe. Let's see what VTGN is doing. I was thinking about you. Well, yeah, AI plays are just starting to. I mean, the bubble is perhaps bursting, and the whole market's been lifted really by AI. So, I guess, I I don't really analyze like somebody like Steve, who'll be in the YouTube room on Thursday. He's way more into saying, well, this is probably why this is happening or not happening. Oh, I know, but I thought, Poe, that you are, you're so into these. I mean, you just chow. Maybe not today though. William says he was going to take it at 75, maybe. All right, guys. Well, you're getting close now. Usually Dan has got a link by now. I'm gonna I'm gonna put my announcement up. Yeah, yeah, I can do that now. I'm not gonna go until around noon. So why CBD, guys? Popping again, okay? But look how choppy it's been, in my opinion. Okay. Okay. Is that right? Let's see if that's right. Yeah, it looks good. It looks like his stream. Thank you. Can't believe you beat Pepe to the punch here. So there is the stream. It looks like it anyway. So for those of you in YouTube, Dan Merkin, the CEO of Trade Ideas, will be starting his own YouTube stream. And there's the link for it. Okay. For those of you in YouTube. And for you guys in the main room, that looks like the stream. Thank you, Rittman. Okay, guys. So I am going to take off now, actually, 11:58. So we'll see you guys in about 1 hour. All right. You've got the YouTube link in. You want to head over and listen to Zoe. You've got questions that you have been asking either myself or myself that I cannot answer. Now your chance to ask the CEO. Okay. So I'm going to mute myself now. All right, guys, I'm back. I think Dan is just wrapping up now. If he's not already gone. Keep an eye on that RXRX, guys. It's still challenging that 5 level. The float, it's a big float. That's the only issue. I wish the float were a lot lower. See if it pops through 5 and get a lot of volume in, and maybe has a bit of a run. But it's going to take a bunch of volume to move it because of the float, 432 million. So that is the RXRX. Really not doing too much else, guys. I mean, I had the decent trade and excuse me in the QS. Both of these I disregarded. I shouldn't have because the Coeur it hasn't run a huge amount, but the alert was at 829, so it's at 794 now. And then the other one, there again, these are the two companies that are going to be emerging. The UDMY 674, yeah, that was an excellent one. I mean, look at that, 674. I keep saying it every single day, it seems. I'm gonna try to get more aggressive on these. I see these early, fairly early, 10 o'clock, and I just sort of forget about them a little bit. And then I look at the end of the day and say, man, it's because they don't really move that much. It could take, 30 minutes, 45 minutes before they really start moving. Now, Steve, I saw your comment about short squeeze on deck for AMCI. Now, why would you say that? Just out of curiosity. Just out of curiosity, okay? In fact, we don't even have any. Okay, I just want to see what the short float percent is for that one is. Well, we don't even have any information on that, on the short float percent for some reason. But normally you talk about short squeezes when the stock is ripping higher, and then people are starting to cover. But I mean, I'm just out of curiosity. Why did you say that? That was back a while ago, of course. All right, what is the market doing? The market is still underneath the VWAP. Will it challenge the VWAP again? I'll put a price alert in that area. But I mean, we're still, we had the big, basically high or lower highs on the way down. Still, in no man's land, in my opinion, on the 5 minute chart anyway. All right, guys, it's 105 now. So I'm going to go over my homepage one last time for the day. MDLN. Okay, I'll take a look at that before I talk about my homepage. Must be an IPO today, MDLN, when you say off to a good start, Monica. So let's take a look at MDLN. Yeah, no kidding. It was priced at $29 a share. Don't typically look at these more expensive ones, but opens at 35, priced at $29 a share. Wow, that is a that is a lot of money they just raised. Are you kidding me? 260 million shares at wow, at $29 a share. That's a lot of money. That's one of the bigger IPOs that we've seen in a long time. And we've got Goldman Sachs, Morgan Stanley, Bank of America, JP Morgan, Barclays, Citi, Deutsche, Jefferies, UBS. A lot of the big guys behind that one. Interesting. And great volume. Look at the volume, 30.9 million. Yeah, I would have thought so. Certainly by market cap size, largest of the year. Yeah. Well, we only have another couple of weeks, so I doubt if there. I don't know if any others are coming out, but that's a big IPO. Read about them. What do they do again? The largest provider of medical surgical products and supply chain solutions, serving all points of care. 43,000 people worldwide, 100 countries. Hmm. Wow, that's a big. Well, Big O, I hope you make a fortune on with your 10 shares. Okay, guys, looking at my homepage, as always, at the very top, how can I get a subscription to Trade Ideas? You can get 15% off using my promo code Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. And it doesn't matter if you take a standard or a premium service, okay, the two different subscription levels we've got. All I ask, please use my code if you're going to take out a subscription at some time in the future. Helps to keep the rooms free. Company tracks the use of the promo codes. The more they see my code being used, they don't mind keeping the rooms free. Scroll down all the way to the almost to the bottom here. Keep it simple. Get the trade of the week. This is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. You sign up for the trade of the week and you don't think you're getting it before you contact us. Please check your spam folder, and if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. If it's not there, then by all means contact us. And if you do take out a subscription, you've clicked on my homepage link, go to the education section, click on the more info, and first thing mandatory to do, getting started with Trade Ideas. Getting started with Trade Ideas. 12 short videos to get you started. If you don't have Trade Ideas and you're wondering about the product, start off with that second video and go to the last one. That should give you an idea about whether it's something you might want to try, at least for a month. You can always, if you don't like it, just let us know, and we won't maintain the subscription. It's really that simple. Back to basics. New to trading, 15 free videos if you're new to trading. And last, if you're looking for my scans, for my information, right here, the middle section. They're not all scans. These are races, a couple of races, the large cap gainers, and then just the biggest gainers. This is a volatile race. This is a large cap race. Movers up. This is called a compare count window. Basically, it's a scan. It's just taking two competing alert windows, running them off against each other. Movers and versus movers to the upside versus the movers to the downside. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market active is up and the pre-market active is down. Here are the halts resumes, very active today. And of course, here it is, the gap continuation or reversal scan. I would recommend, though it's very active today, having the don't repeat version. Okay, so you can kind of see where was the first alert in any one of them and what was the price. Momentum scan and Pepe's combo scan. These are a couple of scans. I don't have them up and running, but you can certainly take a look at them. And whoa, sorry guys, wow, a bird just about crashed into my window. It scared the heck out of me. Um, so if you click on my homepage link, for those of you who are in our YouTube room, probably not that many left. They went over to listen to Dan. If you want to come into the main room, this is the link for it. It is free also, just a lot more action, a lot more traders in the main room. Okay, it's free. And this room is actually open at 6:45 a.m. Eastern time. I open YouTube at around 8:30. Why don't I open this at 6, or why don't I open YouTube at 6:45? I actually don't open this room at 6:45 either. Obi in the room does. I live in Vancouver, Canada, so a little early, 3:45, too early for me to do it. So Thank you, Obi, for opening the room at 6:45. And I usually leave sometime between 2 and 2:30. I always say later for questions. I say that every day. You can ask me questions. You don't have to wait for the support like the 12 to 1. I think people, that's what they do. They wait for that, which is okay. But you can ask me questions all day long. But if I do leave sometime between 2 and 1, 2 and 2:30, William typically keeps the main room, the trading room open. I think I saw that he'll keep it open to 3:45-ish today. I have to shut down YouTube though when I leave. Well, yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's been adjusted yet. Still hasn't been adjusted, so you would have to divide that by 25, 2.25 million by 25. It still has not been adjusted yet. It did a reverse split. I wonder if that other website has, but we're getting our information from that site, so I'm not sure what's going on, why that did not get updated today. Because it would, in theory, there might be only like 90,000 shares in the float. Yeah, they don't even have it. This is why, I guess, they don't even have it. Ooh, you know what's happening? I have to sign in again. There we go. Because boy, there's so many little websites. So give me a moment here. Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think it's possible that's divided by, I think, by 25. Maybe wrong. I don't have my momentum scanner up and running, Mike, but understand. So it's very possible. Yeah. I'm not using it. Yeah. You see that every now and then. Oh, I see what you're talking about, the short float percent. I think it just hasn't been adjusted. Now I understand what you're talking about, the short float percent. Not, I think you meant the short float. Uh, but now I understand what you mean. Yeah, I mean, I think they've done the reverse split, and I think you can get some wacky numbers here. But if you loaded it, yeah, I'm just not using it anymore. The momentum scan. Got enough right here to keep me busy. But you know what? Just for you, Mike. Well, this would have been the last one, IMG, okay? Now, just out of curiosity, you're saying GVH? Okay, so there's a relative volume of 5. Okay, I just wanna see because, I did make some changes here. Yeah, so I made some changes, quite a while ago, when I was using this, I put the current volume as at least 20, so GVH would not be, okay? Because I was getting too many alerts, okay? That you don't have to do that, but that was I do remember making that change, to so the current volume is at least 20, meaning it's really trading abnormally. So you can see GVH is only at 5. Uh, I can't recall if I made any other changes. You don't have to. Remember, you don't have to. But this is what it is looking at like now, 1 in 100. I think I might have upped that. Maybe I might have even upped the minimum volume to 500,000. I think everything else is the same. No, but I wouldn't have seen it anyway because GVH the current volume has to be at least 20. I mean, GVH, the current volume, the relative volume is 5.22. So I would not see that, right? Because I mean, it has to be at least 20. But you are right, but that's the last alert that came through that particular scan, the IMG, with the relative volume at least 20. Yeah, you don't have to, of course. You don't have to make anything I'm sharing is just a template. It's what I happen to like to see, but it doesn't have to be what you want to see. You can always make adjustments. So is that really the new float? Okay, 2.25 million is the new float. It is not divided by 25 then. Okay. It's strange that our provider did not pick up the fact that it's a split though, and it's still looking like it's up 5,600%. So it picked up. I mean, we're using dilution tracker, so I don't know. And the SPY continues to oops, SPY continues to move down. Yeah, no kidding. LHAI got hammered down. So at one point in the day, this was a gap up and go for the JMAI, but now this is now turned into a gap up and reverse. Just checking some earnings plays, guys. See if there's anything interesting happening. I don't see anything. Now the IMN, okay, the IMNM, which I shorted earlier, and basically got a flat. Hmm. At one point, this was a gap up and go. It came up. I came up in the. So this is what I'm talking about. At one point, IMNN was a gap or a gap down and reverse, a gap down and reverse, but now it's reversing. Now it's reversing again. So that's why it showed up. I, secondly, the gap down and go. Now, 2083, 2084. Hmm. And I liked it because when you look left to 1878, I mean, it's got a ton of room. That's $2 to the next low on the daily chart, and it's well above the whole number. A lot of things going for it. Market moving, market's been weak most of the day. Well, interesting. That didn't happen earlier for me. I tried to get, well, maybe one more attempt on it. All right. Well, I was able to get a fill this time. The last time I was trying to get a fill, and they didn't want to fill me. There's plenty of shares available, but I think maybe that uptick rule is down more than 10%. So I had to wait for some action at the ask for the ask. Anyway, if you get a fill on the short for IMNM, maybe a late day rundown. Tight leash on it. Okay, guys. Well, listen, if I don't see any questions, I might just put myself on mute, but I'll come back on the mic if there are questions. Getting pretty dead in here right now. So, okay, so I'm going to mute myself. Okay, guys, I don't see any questions coming in, so I think I'm going to wrap it up now. I'm still in this IMNM, just not doing too much. I'm actually somewhat interested in this, I'm just going to say, depending how it closes, MDLN, the new IPO, a lot of big guys behind it. So, as always, thanks for all the help all day long. The room will open, the main room will open at 6:45 tomorrow morning. Obi will do that. I'll open YouTube at around 8:30. William says he's now going to keep the room open till 3:50, the main room open till 3:50. So for those of you on YouTube right now, ah, wrong link. So don't click on that link. For those of you on YouTube, if you want to come over to the main room, just click on my homepage link. And just scroll down a little bit and where you see the trading room. Okay, so this room will actually be open till about 3:50. Okay, guys, have a great time. Great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning. I'll keep my layout up and running.